Hey everyone, this is PrinceBrightstar, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood. So, you're probably wondering why we're starting at this screen here. It's kind of an interesting story. I'm going to tell you what happened once we get out of here, but for the moment, this is the next quest best served with cold steel that we need to complete here.
Get after them, damn you!
Typically, I wouldn't start things like this, but it's a really interesting thing that happened here. But basically, we just need to take out these guys here, and then that should clear up the quest here. I'm trying to focus on both the Magitech armor as well as the big guy here, Reconnaissance. I should probably put my my sword oath on here. Let's get out of these AoEs. There appears to be a bit of lag happening here. Bear with me for a moment. I can see it on my screen. I apologize. Okay, I think I know what's causing that. Hang on. Yeah, that's what's doing it. Okay, should be much better now here. I apologize for that. I'll explain everything once we are finally out of here, but it's been one heck of a day since I had to log off earlier today. Basically what we're doing right now here is we are taking on this fight here, where basically we are trying to intercept these guys here to take out this new Magitech armor that they've got.
You'll be weeping blood!
Looks like he's trying to chain me to something there. Here comes another of them. Alright, got another coming in.
Tizona! As a raging bull!
Nice one there, Robon. Alright, down goes Grinawat. Alright, so that takes care of that. He who fights and runs... What the... Who in the hells are you lot? For all amigo, let none escape. Alright, we just gotta take care of this Vanguard now here. Oh boy, he is trying to self-destruct there. I think we got this. And there we go. Duty complete.
Miracles of Magitech design, my arse! I passed harder stools than these piles of scrap. You'll pay for this. Mark my words, the next time we meet will be the last.
Aye, run and tell your viceroy. The day belongs to El Amigo. Yeah!
Yeah!
Alright, so it looks like that does it. Oh, we got a little bit more. Well done, all of you. I'd call this operation a resounding success. Can't say I'm surprised. The Bull of Al Amigo had an impressive military record before he went west, as I recall. Credit where it's due, Master Kemp. 'Twas Marshal Taropin who made this plan, and all of you, Resistance and Alliance alike, who carried it out to perfection. Aye, That they did. Not a single casualty, for which I am grateful beyond words. I've no doubt our comrades back at the Reach will feel the same. As will ours. It's been a pleasure, General. Until the next battle. Monago, I leave the Scions in your care. We shall return to the Castrum then. Mistress Livier, once more you have my thanks. As Master Kemp said, until the next battle. Alright, there we go. So, let me tell you what happened here. Actually, bear with me for a moment here. I need to get a few things on my screen here, because I was not expecting to actually get through here. So let me go ahead and enable the background audio again here. And just bear with me for a moment here. I need to get YouTube back up on my screen here. Let's see. Everything should be loading up here. Let me just make sure that this is actually going out live here. Basically, when this whole thing happened, I basically just had to go. I could not delay checking to see if I was actually live with this stream here. So let me bring this up. Okay, it says I am live here. Let me get the control room open again. Just bear with me for a moment. We'll get going here as soon as I have everything going. And believe me, this has been a very interesting day with what's happened here after I left you. But basically, this line that's here, it used to go all the way back over to here. And in fact, we still got some people that are still kind of AFK from the line here, not realizing that it's actually going now. Basically, that quest has been broken for most of the day, essentially. And finally, we all just finally started to get through it here. So I am glad that this is finally going for us here. Let me reload this. I just want to make sure I'm fully up. Okay, that looks good. There we go. Okay. Okay. So, now that we are going here, let me bring this onto the screen. This right here basically describes today in a nutshell. So, when we last met, I said that basically I was going to have to stop because of the noise that was happening outside my home. No more than 5 minutes after I stopped filming, YouTube crashed. No kidding, YouTube crashed. Everybody was reporting server 500 errors. And so I was like, ooh, boy, it's a good thing I stopped because I could have lost the live stream. And I just put that out a little while ago here for everybody because I wasn't certain when we were going to finally get going. But then this whole issue with this quest finally happened. And so now we're finally through it. I had to go as soon as I got in because it was kind of random when people were getting in. Now everybody's getting in since apparently they fixed the instance servers. And so now we can finally proceed with what's going on here. So let's go ahead and speak to Monago and get back to it. Oh, and by the way, just a quick note here. Since I stopped playing earlier, at an early time today, rather, I was actually able to double up on my roulettes for the day. So I was able to get through level 50-60, leveling, trial, and main scenario twice. And so that's why I'm currently sitting at level 62, almost level 63 here. I'd heard the stories, but to actually see you in action, I almost found myself pitying the Imperials. Seriously though, it was inspirational. But you must be tired of hearing that, eh? I'll keep it simple then. Thanks for the help out there. Okay, let's see what we got here. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this headsman's axe. Well, there's no reason to remain here any longer. Let's get back to the Reach. And indeed, let us make our way back over to Rauger's Reach. And we've got 2 main scenario quests to turn in now. So, let's make our way over. Looks like we just have to head over here. First of all, allow me to commend you both on a job well done. Though nothing went according to plan, we nevertheless managed to attract some new recruits, and it was your passion and conviction that moved them to join. Thank you. No, thank you for giving me an opportunity to find out what our people have been through these past 20 years. It's been humbling. And troubling, too. I heard about the skulls, but that was the first time I'd seen them in the flesh. I know you say they're the same as any other Imperial soldiers, and maybe that's how I'll think of them myself if our paths ever cross on the battlefield, but when, not if. That day will come, Lys. You can't afford to hesitate when it does. Young, old, conscript, citizen, Garlean, Almegan, none of that matters. They've all got their reasons. But they're no better than yours, especially when they're bearing down on you blade in hand. Saying that, I don't want to kill them any more than you do. If I could convince them to lay down their arms, I would. Sadly, I've never been much of a talker myself. But who knows, maybe you could be the one, Lys. Your father certainly was. Right then. I'd best begin preparing for these new recruits. Prince, Lys, it's been a pleasure. Alright, let's see what we got here. I am going to grab the Conjurer's Arm. And let's turn this one in as well. You didn't have to take part in the operation, but you did. You went above and beyond what was asked of you, without hesitation, and for that we owe you a debt. Our victory may not count for much in practical terms, but its symbolic value can't be overstated. Alliance and Resistance fighters came together to face an Imperial unit equipped with Garlemald's newest weapons, and smashed them. The people will remember this day. Aye, that they will. For it marks the beginning of something far greater than any single victory, the beginning of a campaign by a united Eorzea to drive the Garleans from our lands. Promises and platitudes mean naught without action, but the Alliance took the field, and risked their lives for our cause. Ha! To think that the last time Gridanian troops trod this soil was more than a century ago, during the Autumn War. And that was to defend against our invasion. Ours is a long and bloody history, to be sure, and it gives me heart to see that, despite our acrimonious past, we can still come together for the sake of the future. Well said, Commander. Which is why I intend to go from village to village and spread word of our victory and our new alliance. Prince Alzay, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. The people will flock to our banners, my friends. Just you wait and see. Alright, and of all of these... Let's see, that shield is actually weaker than what we've got. So I would say let's grab the Dragoon Lance there. Alright, so... let's speak to Conrad now. Owing to the efforts of you all, we have accomplished a great deal in a short time. The Resistance thanks you for your service, Scions. I see operations here have been proceeding apace in my absence. Welcome back, brother dearest. I take it your efforts to gather new recruits were successful. Indeed, there were several amongst the Scions' ranks that were quite eager to take part in our joint endeavor with the Resistance, whom I am come to present. Commander Kemp, if I may. My name is Arnvald Lentius, a half-breed, as you can doubtless tell. I'm here to fight for a free Alamigo, for an Alamigo where women like my mother are never made to suffer. I pray you grant me this honor. You are a true-born son of Gurabania, same as me. That is not my honor to grant, but yours to freely take. Welcome, brother. With our swelling ranks, and the aid of the Eorzean Alliance and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, I believe we will soon be in a position to seize the initiative. Once our new recruits have received sufficient training, I propose to General Alden that we draw up plans for an assault on Castellum Villadina. Then, in the meantime, we will make what preparations we can. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alamigo.
Alliance forces have occupied Castrum Orients and taken up positions along the length of the wall. Our patrols have engaged their reconnaissance parties on site, but there have been no significant exchanges, save one. A unit tasked with field testing prototype Magitech weapons was attacked. The weapons were destroyed, with the unit sustaining near-total casualties.
Near total? Go on.
My lord, there was but a single survivor from the unit in question, which falls under my command. According to his report, they were ambushed by a contingent of Eorzean Alliance regulars, abetted by resistance insurgents.
A simple ambush and only one survivor. A fine day's work. The stubbornness to survive is not without worth. He may live. However, the 12th is no place for the weak.
He shall be relegated at once, my lord. As you say, the 12th is no place for cowards who count their lives more precious than the cause.
Indeed, indeed. We have no need of cowards.
My lord,
Cowards, who defer critical missions to their subordinates, who hide within their castra, never meeting their prey in battle, never staring into the whites of their eyes. Why? When confronted with a heretofore unknown icon, did we surrender the wall to the Alliance? Because my honored father, in his infinite wisdom, has not seen fit to grant us leave to march on their lands. Accordingly, we have extended an invitation to our neighbors. Gir Abania is where we shall host them. The field upon which we shall enjoy the sport of kings. Patience is paramount. Cornered animals may have spirit, but they are ultimately predictable and very poor sport. But if one dangles the promise of freedom before them while nipping at their heels to stoke their passion, then things become interesting. It is a delicate dance, one which asks much of my hounds. And so I put the question to you, my fellow huntsman. How shall we deal with these savages?
My lord, I have a proposal.
Silence, Alamegan! You do forget yourself! Only by the grace of Lord Van Baelsar were you afforded a place here, and that in name alone. We have no need of your proposals, savage.
This savage yearns to hunt her own. The floor is yours, Commander.
Thank you, my lord.
Alright, so, let us speak with Monago. Right then, I've got duties to attend to. Mayhap we could assist you with said duties? We are here to help, after all. The three of you have been busy, so I will understand if you require time to rest. If not, however, it would seem sensible to assist our allies with their preparations. We'd be grateful for any and all help you can offer. If you ask around, I guarantee you won't want for work. Alright, what do we have here? Once again, this is all item level 255, so that's not going to do much for us. Although the materia, I would say, is going to be better for me in this point here. So let's see. It looks like we've got 3 quests to pick up here. I beg your pardon? The man who bested Gaius van Baelsar wishes to offer me his assistance? I say this is highly irregular, though I have heard it said you had a penchant for aiding the common man, in which case... Before the occupation, I was a humble historian. While my duties leave me scarce time for aught else, I think it important that these momentous events be recorded for the benefit of future generations. Primary sources are indispensable, and I had a mind to question a number of my fellow freedom fighters, ask them their motivations for taking up this cause and so forth. You may take down their statements in this log. And Prince, thank you for your service, now and ever after. Kugane, actually that's an M there, Kugane. I started this live stream as soon as I got into that quest, and I have completed that. So this live stream is actually past that point already. Pretty much everybody just got through about 15 minutes ago. Even the lines have disappeared. I was just a cook before all this. Simple fare, really. Had a chance to lend a hand and help feed some refugees one day. I took a liking to the fighters. They believed, you know? And there's always a need for cooks, or at least people who can work with whatever the foraging parties turn up. And it looks like they have a quest as well here. You want to help, do you? Seeing as how I'm in no position to leave the stew pot unattended, could you go and ask Tebe for a variety of herbs? 6 sprigs or so of whatever he's got on hand should suffice. It's not as haphazard as it may seem. Depending upon the recipe, it doesn't really matter what sort you add, so long as you add something. I'll be here when you get back. Alright, and one more to pick up. Okay, here's the Anata. You look like a strider in search of comrades in need. If so, I have a task for you. Do people actually want me doing that list through the whole thing? I am a trainer, and I was told to expect new recruits this day. Yet nary a one has come. Perhaps they were given the wrong time or location. I do not know. They number 5 in all, these would-be warriors. Send them unto me, should you chance to find them. Alright, so the first thing we need is over here. Here we go. Why indeed, to save lives, perhaps, or to make amends for the ones I couldn't. My father and my brothers were worked to death while building a castrum. What did it matter to the Garleans, eh? More where that lot came from. After that, I couldn't keep on doing nothing. Okay, we've got a point over here to check out. There's one of the recruits the Anata is looking for. I know, I'm late. But I had to say a prayer for my sister first. After what the Imperials did to her, death was a mercy. Okay, let's make our way to the east now. Aren't you the Icon Slayer? Damned if I know why you bother asking someone like me why I joined the Resistance. But it's simple. If I wasn't fighting for Alamigo, I'd be fighting for the Empire. You're either with them or not. And if you're with them, you may as well make the most of it. Food, training, citizenship if you live long enough. You'll die stealing someone else's land. Like it or not. Like it as not. But that's the choice. But me, I'd rather die here. Alright, so can we do... Yes, indeed, we are able to swim at this point here. So that is one of the new features that got added into the game. Alright, so somewhere around here there should be one of those recruits. Here we go. Huh? Training? Gah, I was so busy practicing to impress the others that I completely forgot. Thank you. There should be another around here somewhere. Here we go. Ah, 1,000 pardons. So preoccupied was I by the question of whether Alamigo should be a monarchy or republic that I neglected to attend my training. How silly, I know. Until we drive the Imperials from our lands, the question is moot. The teacher calls for me? I see. We were discussing strategies for disabling Magitech armor, you see, and... Ah, yes, of course, there's no time. If you would excuse me. Alright, here's Tebe. Let's see what spices we can get from them. Herbs, is it? 6 sprigs of whatever's on hand? Afraid I can't spare that much. You'll take 2 and be glad of it. The remainder you'll have to gather yourself. Shouldn't be too much of a bother, though. You'd be surprised what you can find growing underfoot, even in the Reach. Okay, and so we gotta find even more things here now. Question is, where is that recruit? Alright, doesn't seem to be hiding behind the tent. Let's head up to the northern spot first before we, Oh, actually, this might be them right here. Oh, bugger, you were sent by the snake, weren't you? I heard 1 in 4 recruits don't live through their training. That can't be true, right? Oh, bugger, oh, bugger. Why'd I join the Resistance? Well, if you must know, it was to avenge a friend the Imperials butchered before my very eyes, back in Alamigo. We owned a stall in the markets, and a passing soldier snapped up a piece of fruit. He spoke out before I could stop him, only to get a foam of steel in the gut for his troubles. I found my way here, and that was that. I sense a dungeon back here. Alright, let's make our way back out. And let's turn in what we can. Well met, Prince. Have you spoken with the freedom fighters as I asked? Let's hand over the log. As fascinating as they are varied. You have a knack for convincing others to bare their hearts to you. I could not have done better myself. Many years from now, when these tempestuous times pass into memory, the recounts will serve as a window into the struggle. We must never forget, my friend. Never. Okay. It looks like there's supposed to be something over here somewhere. Ah, one of the herbs we need. Alright, there's supposed to be something in this area as well. More herbs. And there's another set over here, as well as the Anata battle maid we need to speak with. All recruits are present and accounted for. My thanks to you, Strider. Not all appreciate the rigor with which I train my recruits. Some favor a gentler approach, as if the Imperials would be so kind. 'Tis a thankless job to teach, some say. But I say their survival is thanks enough. Fare you well. Okay, so we just need one more herb, and then we should be good. So let's swim across the little pond here. Here we go. Alright, and now we can make our way back across now and turn these in. It's a shame I can't use Embar to cross these waters here. He's a horse favored by Leviathan of the sea, so kind of curious I can't ride him across the water. Let's see. Turn-in point is over here. Ah, there you are. Got those herbs I asked for? Thanks, that'll do nicely. And, sorry to impose upon you, sir. Thought you were another new recruit. Didn't realize until after that you were, But to answer the question that's probably on your mind, yes. It's always like this. Never enough food or supplies to go around. All the more reason to be grateful when our countrymen can spare some for the cause. Though that comes at a cost, too. Too many villages, too many children more deserving than us. But a man can't fight on an empty stomach, can he? So we partake as we must, and we never lose sight of the dream. Alright, one more quest and we should be level 53. Let's see, it's gonna be down here. Damn it all. Where could it have got to? Oh, pardon me, fellow lover of freedom and justice. You haven't seen a ward of the Destroyer anywhere, have you? Maybe on the ground, as if a certain bloody fool had dropped it? I'd been him. I had it this morning. That much I know for certain, and I've not left the Reach since, so it's gotta be around here somewhere. If you've got a moment to spare, would you be willing to help me search? I spent some time near the Temple of the Fist earlier, so it might be there. As for me, I'll look around near the Officer's Pavilion. They're hardly rare, I know, and I could just as easily buy another. But even so, please, help me find it. Alright, and it looks like it is on the path there, actually. Here we go. And let us deliver this back. I swear I've searched high and low, but it just won't turn up. Seven Hells, that's the one. That's my lucky ward. You're a godsend, brother. Before I was born, my mother made a pilgrimage to the Temple of the Fist, where she, like many others, received the blessings of the monks. And then Theodoric came and burned it all to the ground, the mad bastard. And after him came the Garleans, who cared even less for our beliefs. I still keep to the old ways, as do many others. And when my son is born, I'll teach him the stories and the scripture, as my mother taught me. Alright, there we go. We are level 53. So, because of that, we are going to take a little detour now, back to Thanalan. I say we're going to take a little detour back to Thanalan. Oh dear. A bit of a lag spike here. Now that's also been happening kind of off and on today, but for the most part they go away fairly quickly. Actually, I think I need to be in the Gladiators Guild here. Once again, keep in mind, we have a tournament to enjoy. The Old Cup. Here we go. Let's speak to Mila. It begins, Prince. There are 8 combatants in each group, meaning you must triumph in 3 bouts in order to advance to the final. And the opponent for your first bout is Bartholomew of the Sultan Swarm. Defeat him, and you will next face the victor of another pairing, and so on. Needless to say, each encounter will be more difficult than the last. But one fight at a time. The tournament registrar will call you when it's time to take to the Bloodsands. Go now and good luck. Alright, so we are headed over to here. Ha! To think that I would draw you for my first opponent. I thank the heavens even as I curse them. But no matter who my opponent may be, I shall fight with all my being, for the pride of the Sultan Sworn. See you on the Bloodsands, my friend. It is time, my lord. Pray see to your final preparations and let me know when you are ready to proceed. Well, we should be ready to go here. Are you ready to enter the arena? Alright, duty calls. Let us proceed. And here we go. It begins in the first match of the Thal group. Bartholomew... Oh, that is going way too fast for me to read that. Oh, that's not good. Alright, you'll have to bear with me here as I'm gonna have to kind of get back into queue here. Yeah, this is basically how busy it is. 1861. We'll be sitting here for a few minutes here. Aside from the troubles earlier today, this has been it's been a fairly good start to the expansion here. I really don't have any complaints. I'm hoping that we do get to Doma at some point here today, but this should still we should still have a lot to go. And honestly, issues like this should not be unexpected on the first day of an expansion launching on really any MMO. It's basically more or less just kind of standard that this is going to happen. What I'm going to do here I don't know. I think it's best if I ask you. Do you guys want me to just wait here in the queue, or do you want me to stop the stream and then get it going again? Actually, this isn't taking that long here. We're already at 1762. I guess we can just kind of talk for a little bit here about what's still kind of going on here at this point, especially with kind of what my plans are going forward once we do get through the main scenario quest. As I've mentioned before, when it comes to Final Fantasy XIV, this game was always going to be second to the Phantasy Star series. It's just with how things kind of became after I realized that things were going to happen really quickly with Stormblood, regarding its launch, I realized I was just going to have to chase through the rest of the of Realm Reborn and Heavensward main scenario quest to reach this point here today, and I did reach that point about a week and a half ago. But my plan is, once we do get through the final the main scenario quest and maybe check out some of the other features that are around, like checking out the first couple of dungeons that got released, once we're through that, I'm probably going to put Final Fantasy XIV on a little bit of a break in order to focus more on Phantasy Star Online 2, since Episode 5 of that is going to be releasing in late July. And I want to see what I can do to try to get through that story, what we still have remaining of that, Episode 3 and Episode 4, and try to get through that as quickly as we can here, so that we can enjoy the Episode 5 story by the time the first chapter actually gets translated, because, don't forget, it's going to take a little time for the fan translation team to actually translate that stuff. I don't know how long it's going to take them. It might take them a couple of days, it might take them a couple of weeks, but I do want to try to catch up as best I can. My hope was actually that Episode 5 was not going to start until August or September, as I stated in our talk segment of last weekend. And I'm already working towards that, in that I'm headed... I already started the last chapter of Episode 3 and put that onto YouTube last night before I went to bed. So hopefully we'll be able to get caught up on that. And then once we do finally get caught up on that, there's going to be another lull in Phantasy Star Online 2. Just because of the rate that Sega typically puts out that content. And so my plan at that point would be to once again pick up Final Fantasy XIV, go through some of the dungeon content that we did not get a chance to go through. The level 50 and the level 60 dungeons that are just kind of side quests to the main content in the story. And then at the same time that I do that, and also it would not be as frequent as I used to do it, where I was doing 2-3 live streams a week. I would probably go back down to 1 a week, and the reason for that is I would want to also get another of the Phantasy Star series going. It would either be between Phantasy Star 2 or Phantasy Star Online that I would look to do at that point. And once we get going on that, we would have Phantasy Star Online 2 whenever story content comes out for that, and then it would we would kind of go back and forth between Final Fantasy XIV and the other Phantasy Star game that I'm going to be picking up here. Once we're kind of all past all this here, that's probably going to happen sometime. If I had to put a guess on it, I would say sometime in August or September. Let's see here. Since we're still got a little bit to go here, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to mute my microphone for a few minutes here. I'm just going to take a quick stretch, and then we'll get going again once we're back into the game here. Melodus-kun, thank you for saying that. I'm actually past Best Served with Cold Still at this point here. So once I do get back in, we'll be able to progress on getting through the Paladin quest as well as continuing on with the main scenario quest. So even if you're not able to enjoy it, this is intended as a spoiler cast here, so you'll be able to see that, and then when you do finally come up to these events in-game yourself, you'll just be able to skip through the cutscenes since you'll have seen them with me here. And that's what the intention of this is, as I did label it that way in the title of this live stream here. Looks like we are, I want to say, about 60% of the way there at this point here. Hopefully it won't be too much longer here. I think we've been going like this for about maybe 5 to 10 minutes at this point. So hopefully it won't be too long here. Does anybody have any questions or anything related to upcoming planning, or rather upcoming programs on the channel or anything like that? Honestly, when I got through, pretty much everybody that was in line with me got through all at the same time, so I don't know if Square Enix just flipped a switch on for a moment that dumped all the dungeon servers to become instant servers, or what the deal was that let everybody through that was in line at the time. The only thing that I can really say at this point here is to just keep trying to get in there, because that's basically what I had to do to get in. The line had basically been forming since I got there around 8:30 or 8:45 a.m. this morning Eastern Time. But I really couldn't spend that long at it, because at the same time there were lawnmowers going off outside my house, and that was not going to obviously present a very good presentation for the show here, and so that's why I had to put a hold on it. Not to mention, like I mentioned before, a few minutes later, we had this little guy appear on YouTube. Basically, YouTube crashed shortly after, and so even if I had kept going, there was no guarantee that the live stream that I was working on was going to be around at that time, for it to even save what I had done. So I kind of look at that, okay, well, I'm sad that I had to stop the stream at that time. I guess at the same time, I'm also kind of lucky that that happened. So, because the last thing I would want to have to do here is to log on to Saga Tennis and grab the story character from over there and try to take him through the same stuff that I had already been through on this character, just so that I could have the first episode of this series done. And from what I understand, this is something that's affecting everybody. It's not just you, it's everybody that's affected by this issue, and it unfortunately shows a poor amount of forethought on Square Enix's part here. Really, I get what they were trying to do. They did try to split the main scenario quest up between Milana and the other guy, but unfortunately, you've really got to kind of spread everybody out a bit more when it comes to doing MMOs, especially at a launch. You want to have like at least one optional dungeon available before you do anything in terms of story, as well as maybe 2 or 3 different paths that will take you through a main scenario, or out to 2 different zones at the same time. And they basically did do that. It's just the content in both the zones did not last very long at all. So everybody is basically getting stuck at that one point, and unfortunately with no optional content to do, plus with all the server issues I've been hearing about with Palace of the Dead and such, all that one could really do is just go back and do your roulettes for the day. In my case, I was able to do 2 of them, since I got one set done before the reset happened, and then I just got in and did a second one right after that. So that's why I was able to boost myself up to level 63 here so quickly today. That plus, if you go back to the first part of this here, when you get a chance, you'll see that I also had 46 quests saved up to turn up at the start of all this, and that took me to half a level up already at this when all this started. And myself being a tank, I technically could have just not stood in line all day and instead just gone and run the same level 60 dungeons over and over. That was always a possibility for me. But as a streamer, that really wasn't going to be an option for me. I wanted to be able to show this content as quickly as I could, and the only way to do that is to actually get through that quest, no matter how many tries it takes. So I believe me, I was there. I was in line. If you go to Reddit on the Final Fantasy XIV Reddit, you'll find all these pictures of people in lines that were trying to get in, and there's really no one best way to get in. Some say to dogpile on top of it and hope you get in. Others say to get in line. Really, it all comes down to whoever's going to leave that slot open so that somebody else can go in. And then you have to hope that, one, you don't disconnect during the duty, and secondly, you need to actually complete the duty without failing, because if you fail, then you get kicked out of there, and then you have to start the whole process of getting back in again. So I'll admit, this is a very bad thing for launch day for Final Fantasy XIV, but with all MMOs, this is something you have to expect, unfortunately. You're just going to have people slamming the servers, and no company is going to pay to buy 10 times the number of servers that they need in order to handle first day for early access stuff and things like that. And then not be able to use that once things have kind of calmed down on the server. Anyway, let's get back into here now. Hopefully we can get through this fight without an issue. Alright, here we go. Alright, so let's take on Bartholomew. Like he says, no holding back. This should be fairly easy at this point. Alright, let's drop some dots onto him. Where's he going? Nice try there. You know, that ability he just used there, when we found out about the fact that Paladins were getting an AoE, I thought it was going to be that ability that Paladins were going to get, the whole room-wide AoE there. Instead, we get the spinning sword instead. Alright, let's sprint over. That is going to be really useful in bosses now, since that doesn't drain the TP anymore here. Alright, and there we go. Oh, we got a second boss here. Okay. Well, now I wish I hadn't popped my hollow ground. I was under the impression that it was going to be one fight per set of levels I go through. Okay, we gotta get out of these circles here. Let's do some clemency. Alright, let's drag him over to here. One thing that's going to take forever for me to kind of relearn here is the fact that my Royal Authority doesn't combo off of Savage Blade anymore. And I know it's weird for me to kind of have it down in that slot, but at the same time, I was finding it a little annoying to actually hit that ability. But maybe there's something else I can do. Maybe I can try slotting that onto a different... onto maybe one of my mouse buttons or something. Alright, looks like this is the last fight here. I don't like this thing. Let's take it out. Ooh. Alright, a few more hits and he should be done for. And there we go. That concludes all the matches for the Thal group, and what heart-stopping encounters they were. Verily, Dower, the crowd expected and the combatants delivered, not least of all the group winner PrinceBrightstar, who carved a convincing path to the final. Shall we retrace his steps for those who came in late? You read my mind. Prince's first match pitted him against Bartholomew. The Sultan Sworn fought with heart, but in the end, he was outclassed by the Star Adventurer. Though he can take pride in his effort, unfortunately he had to take his leave of the tournament. There was no getting past Prince, who went on to face the hulking Bronze Bull. A veteran of countless matches here in the Colosseum, you could say he had the ground advantage. From the onset, the man brought his prodigious strength to bear, unleashing wave upon wave of punishing attacks, but Prince calmly weathered them all to emerge the victor. With that, he advanced to the Falls Group final match against Handaloop of the Temple Knights, employing blistering techniques seldom seen this side of Eorzea. The Ishgardian visitor looked dangerous indeed. If truth be told, for a moment there I feared for Prince, but the adventurer dug deep to secure victory and a place in the Old Cup final. Ah, the mere remembering of it sets my heart racing like a runaway chocobo. Take deep breaths, my friend, for there is still more excitement to come. The Nulled Group matches are due to commence shortly, with the likes of First Sword Mila taking to the Blood Sands. What have I done to deserve such a treat? I won't be missing these matches, and neither should any of you. All unfolds as anticipated. Good. The free paladin I told you about is living up to expectations, aye? Hehehe, that he is. Keep up your winning ways, my friend, and win us a fortune. Alright, let us speak to Handaloop. Prince, you are magnificent. Our match will remain etched in my memory and inspire me always. I had absolutely no answer to you. Such precious things you must have protected to become so strong. As you know, we Sultansworn live to protect her grace. By any measure, this is a vital duty, and ever do I strive to be worthy of the role. But crossing swords with you this day, it has given me to think that perhaps it is not enough. Whatever it is I yet lack, mayhap I shall find it in witnessing you. I thought I had something of a chance, but I was clearly getting ahead of myself. You gave me a thorough schooling, and I mean to take the lesson to heart. Though my tournament may be over, I shall remain in Ul'dah to watch the matches to come, and I believe I speak for all of us here when I wish you the best of luck. Our hopes go with you now, my friend. Oh, a woman named Mila was looking for you. If you haven't already spoken with her, mayhap you should seek her out. A place in the final! I knew you had it in you, but to witness it all unfold was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The winner of the Nulled Group will square off against you for the title, and suffice it to say I intend to be that person. I shall see to it that a match between us becomes a reality, and I hope that I can count on your support. Alrighty. So let's see, the next quest will become available at level 65. And with that, let us make our way back over to Rhalgr's Reach. Getting a bit of a lag spike here. Here we go. Alright, so I think we need to head back over to the tents over here. And that's where we'll be able to pick up the main scenario quest again. And with that, another task is complete. Ah, Prince, I hear you have been keeping busy. Aye, that he has, and we thank him for it. It pleases me to inform you that our new recruits have completed their initial training and stand ready to contribute. As discussed, Monago, I would have you present my proposal for an assault on Castellum Villadina to General Alden personally. Of course, sir. Are you and yours planning to return to Castrum Oriens before the operation? If so, why don't we travel together? That seems a fine suggestion, but I must consult my comrades ere we depart. Very well, I will wait for you at the pass, but not too long. I expect Kryl and Y'shtola will wish to remain here to support the Kairugans, but nevertheless, we should go and ask them. Alright, let's hit up the Aethernet shard here. Is Optimus? I see. That would explain the sudden flurry of activity outside. This joint operation marks a turning point in our conflict with the Garleans. For the first time, the Resistance and the Alliance shall go on the offensive and attempt to capture an Imperial outpost in occupied territory. Personally, I believe it is imperative that we offer them our full support, as was the case with Ishgard. However, this is not a choice to be made lightly, nor less on others' behalfs. This is war, and every scion must decide what part he or she would play. I'll fight for Alamigo, for my father, for Ida. I'm in it to the end. The choice was made for us ere we were born, brother, when the Empire marched on Eorzea. They will stop at nothing to subjugate or slaughter us all. Van Belsar and Van Darnus were but the first to try. Though your fervor is surprising, I cannot dispute your logic. At the risk of repeating myself, I am of course of the same mind. The present situation is unattainable, and further complicated by the existence of Ilbert's Primal. I believe we have no recourse but to directly and openly intervene. I thought this a foregone conclusion given our actions thus far. But if you require renewed affirmation, then yes, I am still wholly committed to this cause. For it is ultimately the self-same cause that I have served since first I pledged to serve Master Loy Swa, and the Circle of Knowing, the salvation of Eorzea, by any means necessary. That said, I shall refrain from taking the field on this occasion. There are many here who require further treatment, and doubtless more to come after. I came here from Infilia, and that hasn't changed. However, I'd like to stay with Y'shtola for now and tend to the wounded. As for you, Prince, you are, to quote our dear friend Lord Edmont, the man who slew Gaius Van Belsar, and some half-dozen primals besides. Your presence may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Many look to you as a hero, and heap great expectations upon your shoulders, but you, like every scion, must decide for yourself. As long as there's a battle to be fought, I'll be there. Ha! Ever the adventurer. You live for these moments, do you not? Take care, Y'shtola, Kryl, and do not hesitate to contact us should you require assistance. Lys, I would ask that you remain here by Comrade's side. We should go, or Minago will leave us. Might I persuade you to join us, Prince? Should you wish to give your decision further consideration, Castrum Oriens would seem an apt place to do it. You need not answer right away. I am sure I can convince Minago to wait a little longer. I thought I just gave you my answer. Well, anyway, let's go ahead and meet up with Alpha No. They appear to be at the front gate. So you will be accompanying us. Full glad am I to hear it. All set? Excellent. Then let us be off. Alright, let us teleport back over to Castrum Oriens. And let us speak to Ralban. Welcome back, comrades. What news? Greetings, General. I am come at Commander Kemp's behest to brief you on the latest developments at the Reach. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Alamegans, our ranks have been bolstered with the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large part to the efforts of the Scions. As a consequence, we are now able to field half a dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak. Good. I gather Conrad is eager to strike while the iron's hot? Just so, General. He proposes that we begin preparations for a joint operation to capture Castellum Veladina. Capture Veladina? That will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we are ever to push east towards the capital. There is no profit in delay. It is only a matter of time before the Garleans learn of our plans and summon reinforcements. The Alliance hereby accepts... Ooh, that's not good. Alright, well, let's go ahead and hop back in then. It's a shame. There's like no warning when that happens. This is taking a bit longer than I was expecting here. Bear with me for a moment here. Alright, so the world server may have just gone down here. While we're waiting here, let me read something that just came out from Yoshida here. Actually, I'm going to have to get the game up again here first. Bear with me for a moment. Alright, let's hop in. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, so let me read this here now. I would like to explain the current congestion issue regarding the regarding instance battle content, including the Stormblood. Oh, this world is currently full. So there's not even a queue then. Alright, so that means Aether may have just gone down then. Let me read this here then, while we're hopefully going to get back in here soon. I would like to, this is coming directly from Final Fantasy XIV producer and director Yoshida. I would like to explain the current congestion issue regarding instance battle content, including Stormblood main scenario quest best served with Cold Steel, due to the Duty Finder crashes at the start of early access. As announced earlier, there is a huge number of players currently playing Stormblood, and as a result, the servers continue to experience a large amount of stress. For this reason, we are currently limiting the number of players that can enter instant content so that it does not lead to major server crashes. However, this has caused massive congestion to enter instant content, and I would like to sincerely apologize for this. If you're unable to enter instance battle content, we ask you to please wait and try again at a later time. We understand that this unfairly places the burden on our players, but we require more time until the issue can be resolved. We continue to work on measures to address this issue and will follow up once we have an update. Again, we sincerely apologize for this level of congestion occurring during early access when many of our players are the most excited to play. Everyone on the team will continue to put in our full effort to ensure an enjoyable gaming experience, and I would like to thank you for your continued support. Alright, so basically right now, they don't have anything specific that they can actually say here, is what I'm getting from that. All that we can really do... Okay, so it's starting to come back here. Basically, all that one can do at this point is essentially just try to get in quickly. And really, I think if Aether just went down here, this is probably going to be your best chance to get into that content, because a crash would have reset everybody's stat in terms of actually trying to get in. So if you happen to be much earlier in the queue here than I am, then you're going to be able to hopefully get in and get past that particular section of the content here. What has been proposed by a lot of players, and I'm surprised that they're not trying to address it here, is a way to flag the quest complete without having to actually go through the content. I don't know if Yoshida just believes that it's too important to the story that that players not do that, but it's still once again it shows a lack of foresight on their end to put something like that early on, and at the same time to not have seen this coming. I don't know why, after the lessons that they've learned in the past, that this is kind of happening again here, essentially. Alright, so this is going down fairly quickly here, but it's going to take us a little bit of time to get in. Does anybody have any questions or anything like that while we wait here? So Fluffy Sensation, I believe it was all of Aether that went down, so that would have included Balmung, Gilgamesh, Sargatanas, Fairy, and a number of other servers. And basically right now the servers are essentially queuing with all the players that are trying to log back in at this point here. So this event should allow a number of players to actually log back in. and hopefully get past that quest quickly, but at the same time, it's going to go to those who actually got into queue real fast here. I probably should have been trying to do that as I was reading the letter from the director here. We're probably looking at another 5 to 10 minutes on the wait here to get back in, but once we do, hopefully that'll be the last of whatever crashes we see for a little bit here. I suppose if, at this point, if I wanted to make a joke in Yoshida's likeness here as to, another way to put this, I guess the right way to say it is, please look forward to it. Oh, I agree with you there, and in fact, I said as much as when I got disconnected last time here. It doesn't make sense for a company to purchase 10 times as many servers as they'll need on a regular basis in order to handle the first 3 days of game uptime, essentially. So, no, I completely agree with you there. It makes more sense monetarily to do it like that, but at the same time, with pretty much any MMO these days that goes through an expansion launch, you kind of have to expect this kind of thing to happen. The only way that you would not really have this happen would be essentially if you did kind of purchase those servers. And one thing I am curious about is if this kind of situation could have been alleviated through the use of potentially a cloud-based solution, maybe through like Amazon EC2 or something like that. That potentially could have allowed them to add extra servers temporarily and not actually pay the full price of having to get full servers. Especially with the way that how all networks are these days, instead of how they used to be back in the day. But at the same time, Aether and the other one for North America did also just move out to California. So at the same time, I'm kind of surprised that this is also happening specifically on our set of servers, unless this is also happening in Japan and Europe as well. I don't know if that's the case. I just know only about Aether. Well, I would agree on that one. I got in my pre-order basically within 15 minutes of it going live. But in a way, they do kind of still do a staggered launch here with the early access versus the full release, which is going to come out on the 20th. So there is going to be that, and unfortunately, they're probably going to have to go through the same thing that we're going through today as well. A few more minutes and we should be back in here. Alright, we should be back in any minute here. Typically, if we don't get in after this, it will be once this goes down to around 44 or so. Here we go. Alright, let's start that up again here. Welcome back, comrades. What news? Greetings, General. I am come at Commander Kemp's behest to brief you on the latest developments at the Reach. Our recruitment efforts have exceeded expectations. In addition to welcoming many motivated young Alamegans, our ranks have been bolstered by the arrival of a number of experienced veterans, thanks in large part to the efforts of the Scions. As a consequence, we are now able to field half a dozen new units, with more being trained as we speak. Good. I gather Comrade is eager to strike while the iron's hot? Just so, General. He proposes that we begin preparations for a joint operation to capture Castellum Veladina. Capture Veladina? That will not be easy. It will, however, be necessary if we are ever to push east towards the capital. There is no profit in delay. It is only a matter of time before the Garleans learn of our plans and summon reinforcements. The Alliance hereby accepts Commander Kemp's proposal. Tell him to take no chances. Bring every able-bodied Alamegan who can wield a weapon. Pippin, I want Veladina watched. Assess its defenses. Every fortress has a weakness, and I would know this once. If there is no objection, General, might the Scions join Marshal Taropin? by all means. If that is all, let us be about it. Alright, let's speak to Alice. Where is she? Here she is. Conrad and the General are of one mind, it seems. I only wish I could say the same. While this aggressive strategy may well profit us in the end, what losses will we suffer in the meantime? Anyway, we should speak with the Vice Marshal about this reconnaissance mission, and see how he would like to proceed. Alright, let's see what we've got here. Healing, and magical DPS. Let's go with the healing. And let's see, what's next here? Thank you for volunteering to join me. This should be a fairly straightforward reconnaissance mission, so long as we do not have the ill fortune to run afoul of an Imperial patrol. Come, our destination is beyond East End, just north of Villadina. Alright, let us make our way over to there. Alright, let's see if the line has reformed at all here. There seems to be a little bit of a line here. Actually, no, they're all crowding around that spot. The line has basically been destroyed. Alright, we're headed into Bittermill once again. We came down this path for a fate a little while ago. But now that everybody's able to proceed on the main scenario quest, I don't think anybody's going to be doing that for a little while right now. Oh boy, Pippin has that glow around him. This ought to be close enough. Now we settle in for a long watch. That said, it would be prudent to keep your weapons at the ready, in the event a passing patrol stumbles upon us, or worse. Upon proceeding to the infirmary, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you have set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. And duty calls.
Excellent. The disposition of the Imperial forces is exactly as expected. I will notify Father. Cannon fire! Where did it come from?
Smoke! There! Is that... Oh gods, it's Ralga's Reach.
It's no use. I think someone's jamming our communications.
You don't think... Could this be part of a coordinated attack?
Too early to draw conclusions. We must abort the assault and return to the Reach at once.
You! Traitor! Kinslayer!
You're no kin of mine!
Hell take you!
Well, well. Stand aside, pilots. This one has promise.
Have a care, my lord. She's not like the others.
Do not disappoint me, girl, or I will kill you.
Seven hells! It's him! It's Xenos!
The Viceroy! Oh, you are a dead man! Ah!
So spirited, and yet so empty. Magical barrier. Alas, it will not save you.
Yashana!
Hold the line, Byrolga! Hold the line!
Kryl!
Alphino!
We saw the smoke and thought we heard explosions. Are we under attack?
The Imperials were all over us before we realized what was happening. No one knew where to run or what to do. It was chaos. Lise and Master Kemp rallied the guards and bought us enough time to get some of the wounded to safety, but I haven't seen either of them since.
Confound it! If we lose the Reach, this will all have been for naught.
Arenvold, can you escort these people to the wall?
Aye, sir.
Our place is at the Reach. We must offer such aid and succor as we are able. Saving lives is now our paramount concern.
If we can hold back the Imperials until Father sends reinforcements, we may yet turn the tide.
I'll join you. I've done all I can for these people, and you'll be crying out for a healer in there.
I fear you're right. Come, there is no time to lose.
Alright, so it looks like we are finally headed into the duty now here. Now, hopefully we're actually able to get into the instance. Here we go.
It's all over now.
I know one thing that people are probably asking about is if Yoshola died in that scene there. Given that she is kind of the poster character for the game over in Japan, I highly doubt that that's going to be the case. She's also appearing in the PlayStation 4 version of Dissidia when that comes out. Let's do what we can with this group here. Let's get on this Reaper. Alright, looks like that does it for this group.
For the glory of the flames!
I remember seeing these guys in the trailer. They are the suspected new player race whenever 5.0 comes out. We'll see if that actually comes to pass, though. Ding 99. I guess I got lucky. Alright, so we need to head further inside then. I'm guessing towards the dungeon. Now we got some of the skulls here. And there's for Doma. And for you, a full combo. There we go.
What took you so long?
What took you so long?
No, I need your help.
My lord, the prisoners!
See to your men, Pilus.
As you command, my lord.
Your friends were a disappointment. But you will entertain me, will you not?
Alright, here we go! And if I had to take a guess, this is probably going to be the fight where we fail. Yeah, based on his health there, this is going to be a really long fight, if we do take him down.
Give me something to remember.
Yeah, we're not making that much of a dent in his health there.
Don't stop now.
Funny thing is, with Paladin, it's slow going, but it seems like we might actually have a shot at this. Or not. At least we broke one of his blades.
Pathetic.
Seven hells.
Shall we give chase, General?
Nay. There has been enough death this day. See to the wounded.
Aye, sir.
All right, lad.
Well enough, next time he will pay.
Aye, I do not doubt it.
Don't you die on me, Ashola! Hold on!
Don't worry, it's going to be all right. Alphino, Master Kemp is all yours.
Understood.
Don't just stand there gawping. Hold her down while I work. The worst is past, but without the proper facilities, I can do no more.
Master Kemp too would be better served in the infirmary. Let us take them there without delay.
Give us a hand, would you, Lise?
Of course.
I know you must be exhausted, but there will be others who need our help. Leave these two to us and look to the other wounded.
Alright, let us look around. You did well, Prince. You saved lives. No matter what happens, remember that. Now then, let's do what we can for the wounded. Every minute counts. See to the wounded, Prince. If they live, help them. If not, move on. Okay, okay, they're actually recovering. Okay, we're looking for, these markers. Meffred lies motionless, having breathed his last. Clenched in his fist is a small charm, which you take for safekeeping. He was already cold when I got to him. There was naught I could do. That charm must have been important. You best take it to Conrad. Alright, to Conrad we go then. Manago, Meffred, where are you? Let's hand this over. This is... He's dead, isn't he? Meffred was a warrior, always thinking about others before himself. He once had an Imperial patrol chase him nigh on 20 bombs so that his wounded would have time to escape. His comrades loved him for it, of course, though that only made him worry more. Did you know that he sent his men in Quarry Mill away because he thought they were fighting for him and not the cause? Aye, well, he did. The only life he was willing to risk was his own, you see. But that's exactly the kind of man who should be leader. The kind of man who deserves to survive. Not an old fool who's all used up. There's no logic to it, Master Kemp. There never is. Who stands, who falls? In the heat of battle, we can but do our best, as he did. Meffred will be sorely missed, aye. But because of his sacrifice, many now live who otherwise would not. And they need us, now more than ever. Aye, that they do. Forgive me, I had high hopes for him, is all. Our defeat was no near thing. It was a humiliation. We were powerless to withstand our enemy's assault. But we cannot afford to dwell on our failure. As Alphonse said, it is those who survived whom we must think of now. Rhalgr's Reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any time to finish what they began. We dare not remain here. Those who are not fit to make the journey to Castrum Oriens will need to be taken by chocobo carriage. Agreed? Good. I shall oversee preparations for the carriages, In the meantime, I would have you scour the infirmary for any supplies that might prove useful during the journey. Forgive me, but it is imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask that you seek it elsewhere. Oh, I see. In that case, you are free to search the barber and take that which you require. I would not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. Alright, there should be one more on this side here somewhere. Here we go. Sir, Marshal Taropin said you might have something for me? Oh, be praised. This should put the driver's hearts at ease. Tell the Vice Marshal we await his orders. Y'shtola and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be by her side the entire time. Thank you, Kryl. I'll walk alongside. They'll need protection in case the Garleans try anything. Hang on, you're injured too, aren't you? Shouldn't you be in one of the carriages? I'm not so frail that I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall when it's finished. As you wish. Then let us set forth at once. We shall move as quickly as our comrades' health allows. To Castrum Oriens. You saved a good many of my men, and I cannot thank you enough for that. But the fact remains, our forces were decimated, and this state will not be mounting an assault on Castellum, Veladina, or anywhere else. We need to be honest with ourselves about our prospects, but first we need to put our affairs here in order. Afterwards, I'll join you all at Castrum Oriens. Understood. We will go and speak with General Alden. Alright, let's make our way to the east. Pippin has already departed with the wounded, has he? Good. We have completed our search of the Reach and the surrounding area. As far as we can tell, Xenos and his men returned straightways to Specula Imperatoris after quitting this place. 'Twould seem he's lost interest in us. Which brings us to the most troubling question of all. Not how he found us, but why he chose to spare our lives having done so. In war, you kill or capture your enemy. You don't leave him to fight another. day. Only a fool would turn his back and walk away, but Xenos is no fool. Whatever his motive, this is neither the time nor the place to think on it. I will leave a token force to watch over the Reach. The rest will fall back to the Castrum Oriens. We can discuss our path forward there. Alright, let us teleport. Kryl is with Y'shtola. She still hasn't woken up, but Kryl says she's through the worst. Given the severity of her wound, we could have hoped for no more. Let us pray she makes a full recovery. We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? I saw it happen when that Skull's commander cut down Mefred. A single blow and that was all. And that was it. Everything he fought for. All his hopes and dreams for the future, gone in an instant. And do you want to know the worst part? It wasn't a Garlean who did it. It was an Alamegan. Gods help me if I ever... No, not now. Not while the General's waiting. Oh, Lise.
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Mefred with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of his general. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Grania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors. But they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo.
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe?
If he's here, then we take the fight to Doma where he isn't.
Interesting. You are suggesting we kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more and force Xenos to fight a war on two fronts?
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised, and I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there, and make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Alamigo has suffered enough.
Alright, let's finish up this quest. It goes without saying, but the Scions alone have not the strength to topple a provincial government, here or anywhere else. And I am quite certain the same can be said of the Doman Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we can but go and assess the situation for ourselves, and see what can be done. Lest you doubt what good we few can accomplish, I would remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed to these lands to save Eorzea and free people from certain doom. Brave souls with an impossible task, and Eorzea lives on. Our present mission may not be as monumental in scope, but it is no less important to the multitudes whom we would free from Imperial oppression, whom we will free. Alright, let's see here. So, once again, this is all still item level 255. I've got better. So, I would say, in this case, let's go with the maiming belt here. Where men go as one, there is life, and where there is life, there is cause to hope. Our grandfather believed that, and so do I. Before we can forge ties with our friends in the Far East, we must first find a way to reach them. Authard is not exactly over the river and through the woods. I am one step ahead of you, dear sister, or rather Tataru is. But before we discuss that, there's another issue I wish to address. Much as I would like it if we could all make this journey together, someone will need to remain to serve as liaison to the Alliance and the Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Y'shtola cannot be left unattended, and I shall obviously remain. Very well, issue addressed. You know, Alphino, it would have been quicker just to ask, and markedly less patronizing. Yes, I suppose, would you be willing to look after Y'shtola and provide support to Arnvold and the others? Yes, Alphino, I would. You see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Enjoy your trip, and don't you dare return with a gift. Oh, I would not dream of it. Right then, sister, prince, Lise, gather your things. We are for Limsa Lominsa. Alright, to Limsa Lominsa we go. Actually, before we do that, I see a new quest that has a plus on it here. Right here. Ah, Lieutenant Brightstar, a moment if you would. The Alliance has seen fit to charge the Twin Adder with overseeing the occupation of Castrum Oriens for the interim. As an adventurer, I realize it is your wont to attend to matters both great and small in all corners of the realm, though it should go without saying that you must also uphold your obligations to the Twin Adder and the Eorzean Alliance. Thus, I would ask for your aid in a reconnaissance mission here in the Fringes. Pray speak with Lieutenant Moloch when you are ready to receive a briefing. She will be overseeing the operation. Do my eyes deceive me? It can't be, but it is. Prince Brightstar, the Griffin's Bane himself. Yes, the great hero who defeated the Griffin atop Baelsar's wall, bringing his plans of conquest to a shuddering halt. I can think of no other title that so aptly befits your prowess. A pity no one else seems to think so. But enough of that. What brings the illustrious Griffin's Bane here to Castrum Oriens? Serpent Marshal Brookstone has requested you assist in my investigation? This is such an honor. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Ah, goodness me, where are my manners? Tala Molok. Tala Molko. Military Records Officer after your service. I cannot offer much in the way of combat, but if you should have any inquiries regarding historical matters, you need only ask. Now then, let me apprise you of our current situation. Shortly after taking control of Castrum Oriens, we discovered a number of confidential documents left behind by the Garleans, prisoner records dating back to the beginning of the Alamiga occupation. As you might have guessed, a great many were conscripted and sent away to subjugate new territories. A surprisingly large number were executed, as a reminder of what would happen should any step out of line. What we weren't expecting, however, was a number of prisoners listed simply as whereabouts unknown. We thought perhaps they met some ill fortune during their imprisonment, or even escaped, but we could find no other documents to suggest what became of them. Be they living or deceased, it is now our duty to find them, not just for our own records, mind you, but their loved ones as well. They deserve the peace of mind knowing what happened here. Would that this were a recent incident, though. It will be no easy task ascertaining their whereabouts after 20 years, but I believe I know where we might begin our investigation. The Ananta have called these lands home long before even the Alamegans came to settle here, and as luck would have it, the Resistance has established cordial relations with their people. Perhaps they remember something of what happened all those years ago. Okay. Reno, I did play that at one point. I do plan to play it on the channel once the English patch becomes available. And that was, it was an interesting fight to say the least. Alamegan's prisoners captured 20 years ago? Yes, I remember. When the Garleans gained their foothold here, they interned any and everyone. Striders, Ananta. It mattered not. Most were forced to serve in the Garlean military, dispatched to other lands from which they would never to return. If I'm not mistaken, the prisoners who remained were taken to a small village to the south. I cannot say what transpired there, but the settlement was heavily guarded. I fear the worst for them. A settlement to the south? Why, that would have to be Bittermill. I recall records of its residents seeking asylum in Gridania when the Garleans first arrived. The place was all but razed to the ground. Let's begin our search there. Perhaps something of value still remains in the rubble. Alright, I'm gonna ask the same question I did before since I didn't get a response. Do people actually want me doing that list there, or should I just say what the Nanta are saying normally? Oh hey, looks like another line is forming here. Yeah, this is basically what it looked like before when I was trying to get through that quest. Alright, so here is Molko. And we've got a bear after us. What are Garleans doing here? They cannot be allowed to leave. Get them! Alright, we are under attack. Let's take these guys out. Ugh. Goodness, that smarts. Perhaps I should have devoted more time to combat training, though no amount of training would make me a match for the renowned Griffin's Bane. That was a magnificent display. Garlean soldiers were certainly the last thing I expected to find in these abandoned and otherwise forgotten buildings. I managed to catch them unawares, but I'm quite certain this investigation would have ended poorly had you not arrived. Still, I find this quite curious. By all rights, the Garleans should be too busy contending with the Resistance to waste time in a place like this. What were they doing here? I'm afraid our search for answers has only raised more questions. If we are to make sense of any of this, we must search this place from top to bottom, after my heart returns to my chest. Alright, so looks like that is it for the Aether Current. At this point, let's now, let me just double check and make sure there's nothing else that I need here. Alright, let's make our way over to Limsa. Alright, so it looks like we need to head for the upper deck. And actually, the best place for that is probably going to be if we head for the aft castle. Tataru should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Merweb lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right, inasmuch as we will be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it is simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without impossibly large fuel reserves, to say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. But then it is equally infeasible to sail in an Eorzean alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with only one other option. Ah, speak of the devil. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present you Captain Carvelane of the Kraken's Arms. The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell me you made a deal with pirates. Greetings and salutations, Scions. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement? Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages would attest, from the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. Ah, but where was I? Oh, yes. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it is important that you are aware of our extenuating circumstances. And intent on securing passage to the Far East, you came to us knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from God-fearing merchants out on the high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law, as set forth by our indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we are pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause, and negligible profit. Well, I for one think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous, and many a poor unfortunate soul has to come to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragic tale of how the heir to House Durandare vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced that his son still lives, and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. Oh, Tataru. Truly a tragedy for the ages, and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. But so long as you are prepared to abide to capricious whims of fate, I am willing to oblige you this once. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I can take you only as far as Kugane, in Hingashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. Suddenly, all those hours Tataru passed cavorting and capering at the Forgotten Night seem rather better spent, do they not? That said, I had intended to press the point more obliquely, and there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Tataru took in making Captain Carvelian squirm. Alright, let's see what we got here. Let's grab the Belt of Healing. I say we should heed the captain's advice and attend to our own preparations while they ready the vessel for departure. Tataru and I will procure the necessary supplies. I'll say, I should be grateful if you would use the time to brief Urianger on recent developments. You may also wish to review the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. How very prudent of you. Very well, I shall go and speak with him. What of Prince and Lise? I would like the two of you to return to Revenant's Toll and speak with our Doman allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide would be most welcome. When we have completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed? Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Prince. Alright, 2 more Dona then. Well, here we are. We'll need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask around at the House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after. Got it? Alright, into the Rising Stones we go then. Greetings, Prince. What brings you to the toll this day? What? You are for Doma? Heavens, you scions have shown us naught but kindness. But never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would fight for our homeland. For 25 years we've suffered under their tyranny, and then we spied an opportunity. The Emperor, dead, Garlemald in chaos. It seemed the time was ripe. Beneath our Lord's banners we gathered, and fought to reclaim our nation, but when Xenos arrived with the 12th Legion, it was over in an instant. What is it, my friend? You look as though you have something to ask. Then you go to join Yugiri and Gosetsu in the fight fills me with joy, with such joy. Ah, forgive my exuberance. You require information, yes? We of the Nage clan have served... Is that right? I have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held positions within Doma Castle, even. Now it is home to the Imperial Viceroy's Witch, and her host of men in magic tech. To think that what was once the shining symbol of our heritage, and the seat of dear Lord Kyan, has become a den for Garlean dogs. You are truly planning to travel to Doma? I do not know what to say. Forgive me, I shall aid you to the best of my ability. Ours is a beautiful land, nestled on the eastern coast of Othard. Along the banks of the One River, our nation thrived, proud and free, until the Garleans came 25 years ago. The river was our lifeblood, free to travel and to fish, but travel was soon restricted, and now the river belongs to none. Alright, let's catch up with Lise. Ah, there you are. Learn anything interesting? The older Domans I spoke with tried to teach me all about Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I'd like to think the Eorzeans can be just as stiff and stuffy as anyone, especially Ishgardians, but anyway, did you know they eat with sticks? It wasn't all that hard, actually. Or at least, that's what I thought until they told me I was holding them wrong. And then, when I spoke with the younger Domans, they just rolled their eyes and told me it was all a load of stupid old... Wow, what you learned sounds a lot more useful. Unless someone invites us for dinner, of course. I hope they do. Okay, what do we have here? Alright, same thing. Let's go with the Dragoon legs. Right, no point waiting around here, is there? We should head back to Limsa. Alphanos said to meet at the ferry docks, I think. Indeed we shall. Let us just make a quick little stop over here. Since this is going to be a long journey, I want to make sure I visit a mender here to repair our gear. There we go. Let's make our way over to Limsa. Alright, to the ferry docks we go. That's probably going to take us down to the Fishermen's Guild. Alright, so now the question is, where from here? Ah, all the way over there in the Arcanist Guild, actually. You know what? I've taken this route so many times to get to the Waking Sands that I didn't even think about this. You are returned, Prince. I trust you learned much from our Doman friends in Revenant's Toll. I am eager to hear all, though that can wait until we have left port. We will have time enough to talk on our journey to Kugane. Our spice trading friends have completed their preparations. Assuming you have completed yours, you may inform the deckhand that we are ready to depart. All set, lad? I'll see you to the ship if so. Let's board the Misery.
"12 be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late."
Urianger! Tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import. Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. See azure lost amidst the squall.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
Oh, a parting gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
Though undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Honored guests, say your farewells, for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
It would seem our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others. And take care.
Well, that looks foreboding. Last time I saw a ship go near a whirlpool. That reminds me of Final Fantasy IV.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and following seas. The Misery is enjoying herself. Nevertheless, it would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
Is it supposed to do that?
Not under normal circumstances.
Captain! You're needed on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Dragged? By what?
Can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment. Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
Alright. Now, if there's something in the water that reminds me of Leviathan, but as far as I'm aware, he hasn't been revived yet. Odd. Most odd. Well, do you have any idea what's going on? No, as the man said, despite the absence of wind and current, the Misery is somehow being pulled off course. Well, why not fire up the ceruleum engines you have hidden below? An excellent suggestion based on knowledge you should not have. Alas, our engines appear to be malfunctioning for reasons that escape my engineers at present. I'm telling you, Captain, it's them things the lad saw. Things? I don't suppose you I don't suppose I can convince you to attempt something more descriptive. An adjective, for example. Sea wolf superstitions and fairy tales, not more. But if you must know, the things which she is so reticent to name are the souls of deceased women said to lure sailors to their deaths. Preposterous! Yes, indeed. If it is neither the sea nor the weather which is responsible, then it is probably a predatory entity of some sort. Perhaps a siren of some such. For all we know, it could be a fellow spice trader employing magics to seize and plunder passing vessels. Regardless, we have but one recourse, to let the current take us where it will, and deal with whatever we find there. What a thoroughly pragmatic suggestion. Oh, I am beginning to like you, girl. I assure you the feeling is not mutual. Once we arrive at our destination, be it a vessel or an island or something else, Lise and I will remain on with the ship to defend it in case of attack. Prince, I believe you would be the ideal choice to venture forth and deal with the cause of our troubles. Then it is settled. I know not what awaits us, but it will rue the day it reeled us in. So the Siren Song C is now available. Which means we have to head into a dungeon! And because of all the issues with getting people through the quests, looks like we're going to have to wait a little bit here before we can finally get in. While we're waiting here, let's speak to the people on hand here. I'm not saying that I believe beyond the shadow of a doubt that vengeful spirits are plotting our demise at this very moment. I'm just saying we cannot discount the possibility. The fiery one. Alice, was it? 'Tis a pity she holds our profession in such disdain. She would make an excellent pirate. I'll make sure Tataru stays below deck until we know it's safe. Alphino was terrified of ghost stories as a child. I'm glad to see that some things never change. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I am calm and collected as ever. Carry on. It seems like we got some other people on deck here. I'm actually surprised we can walk up to here. I'm curious where this gangplank would lead us. Oh, this would actually lead us back to Limsa Lominsa. Maybe we can get a party going here. No, nobody's actually running that there. I'm trying to think of what we can actually do here while we're waiting. Let's see here. I am curious why some of the materials are ending up in these slots and not over here. Once we do get inside, I'll go ahead and pop one of the priestly omelets, just so I have the best of stats working for me. I guess while we're waiting, let's kind of go through the challenge log here. As I mentioned before, I did do a bunch of roulettes earlier, and so all these challenges are done for. I do have the opportunity to head into some more guild hests to get some experience that way, as well as doing some fates and finishing up the leave quests as well. Beyond that, I really can't get any other points and experience here. I do need to bring Hadret back at some point here, just so I can get this boss and buddies too. Oh, there we go. Let's head on in. Let's put our shield oath on. And I guess let's just go for it. And what I have learned in my time since is I do want to get at least a few flashes out. Since the new AoE ability here doesn't actually add that much into enmity. And I can see that they kind of went with a spooky theme here for the music. That's not what I want to hit. Oh, that's right. I still need to eat my omelet here. It appears we have struck land. Alright, so we got some whelp enemies here. As well as crabs, apparently. Alright, there we go. Moving on. And it appears we have reached the first boss. So the question is, how is this going to work? I guess we can just go for it. Can't stun that. Alright, let's stack up. This actually seems like a fairly straightforward boss. Okay, so we can... Oh, nope, we actually can't do that with the overtow. Alright, and that does it for the first boss. Looks like we are headed south. I can't use any of these, so I'll pass on those. Alright, there appear to be ghost ships, which means this place is actually supposed to be more intended to be similar to Final Fantasy V in that case. Because there was an entire shipyard, wrecked shipyard, that Bart's the Forest, Lena, and Golov had to go through. And given the upcoming 8-man raid, it'll be kind of curious to see just who is actually going to show up through all that. If we're going to see the Warriors of Dawn, perhaps, or if we're even going to see a giant tree at the end of the whole thing. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna pass on that as well. Alright, we got skeletons. I love this new AoE. Alright, on to the second boss. The Governor. Let's do it! Let's get to these light spots, I would say. Ooh, that's quite a bit of damage there. Let's toss out a Clemency. Actually, how did he pull off of me? Okay, I don't... Oh, here we go. We got, gotta look for more holes. And down goes the Governor. You're probably noticing that I'm not pulling too much at once. When it comes to leveling content, when I'm still in the process of leveling, I typically just tend to just stick to things by the book. That way it prevents needless wipes from happening, especially because I'm not at my full strength yet. It's quite the crowd there. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright, more of the hounds. I tried to stop it with my shield bash there. I guess it didn't hold there. But the fleshless captive is done for here. All right. Yeah, Riki, all I can really say is keep trying. Your best chance to actually get through that is probably either going to be really late at night, say 3 to 4 a.m., or if the server happens to crash again. Alrighty, here we go. Last boss. Alright, it looks like that ability works by basically forcing you to run straight forward whenever it goes off. Which means I need to angle myself over here next. Okay, now this is Morbid Retreat, which is similar, but just sends you in the other direction. Alright, looks like we're out of that phase now. Oh, here we go again. And down goes the final boss. Alright, commendation to the healer, and none of this really helps us here. So, pass and pass. Let's get out of here. We need to continue on our way to Kugane.
Thank the 12!
Everything here would appear to be in order. Good. Repairs should be completed by the time we return to Misery, whereupon we shall resume our journey without further delay.
I swear, if I never hear another ghost story, it will be too soon.
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugane. The only port open to outsiders in Hingashi, across the Ruby Sea from Othard, from Doma. All the colors of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
Alrighty, here we are in Othard. Let's speak to Carvalane. Congratulations, you now stand in Kugane, the western port of Hingashi. Regrettably, the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. Oh, and I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them was much appreciated. And let's see what we got here. I will grab these healing pants. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home, with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother. I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Captain Carvalane, I realize you pledged only to take us as far as Kugane, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Othard, were you in our position. At the risk of stating the obvious, you are in a port. Surely there is a kind and generous soul here who will aid you for the right price? You cannot be the first traveler seeking passage to Doma. The captain makes a good point. 'Tis like that Yugiri and Gosetsu were forced to come here for the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Othard, assuming they are not still in the city. Ere we seek passage, mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alphino. Making friendly inquiries is my specialty. Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in Ishgard. Captain Carvalane, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. Whether your journeys have come to an end or are about to begin, the Shiokaze Holchestry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect, or so they say. And with that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must away. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. The spice trade, you mean? But of course, surely you did not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to your destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain, and may the Navigator watch over and keep you. Right then, to the Holtestry. After you.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
Oh, 1,000 pardons, my lady. The signs of the 7th dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
And you are?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugane and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Lolorito? I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kugane. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
My, such naked suspicion. I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then. I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kugane is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
Alright, let us speak to Hancock once again. And you must be Prince Brightstar, Slayer of Gods, Rider of Dragons, Savior of Ishgard, Stealer of Pants, if some of the more puzzling rumors are to be believed. Just what are you implying there? I knew it! May I say what an honor and a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, good sir. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way, if you'll be so good as to follow me. Everyone, if I could have your attention please, you are now standing in Tenkonto. Loosely translated, the name means Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the Aetheryte which stands over yonder. The design is markedly different from those of Charlian, yet I trust its function is identical? A diplomat and a scholar, where wonders never cease. Far Eastern Aetheryte technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example was constructed by the Onishishu, a collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral techniques with the utmost secrecy. In short, you will find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts. Attune if you like. I do believe I will attune to it right now. Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the Aetheryte. Come, let us move along. The markets are next. It's a very nice looking city here. We have arrived at the largest shopping district in Kugane, Kugane Dori. Kugane, as you are doubtless unaware, is an ancient Hingan word for gold. So, in this prosperous port, where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or kogane, are earned by the local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Now you're beginning to speak my language. Oh, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Hancock of the East Aldernard Trading Company? You're with clients today? Why, if it isn't Master Kaiten. Pray allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guest, but recently come from distant Eorzea. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kugane Dori. Your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I am Kiten of the Hakuchi clan, and it is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kugane, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean guild are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. Arms, armor, foodstuffs, potables. Here you will find them all. Here you will find all of them and more. Alright, before we move on, let's attune to this Aethernet shard. Alright, and that is actually quite a big town we've got to look at here. If we may pause here for a moment. This road leads to the Ijingai, the district in which the Ijin, or foreigners, are permitted to reside. Would this also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely. So you see, it would not be at all unusual to cross paths with one of our Garlean cousins here. With this in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We would not want any physical altercations. After all, such spats being strictly forbidden. The Seki Segumi punish breaches of peace quite severely. I have seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation. Though, to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they are executed on the spot. What? Cut down then and there? You're joking, right? What that I were, but alas, these samurai are a humorless lot. Why, I recall one instance when a foreign merchant in his cups dared lay hands upon a Higan aristocrat in front of a Seki Segumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. I don't even want to think about that. So as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, we may be forced to part ways with one another, or with yourselves, in the manner of the late Teleji Adeleji. Oh, how I amuse myself. But we must carry on. I have yet to show you the Garlean consulate. Now before we do that, let's hit this Aethernet shard. This, as you may have surmised, is the consulate of you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are their uniforms not different from those you have seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you will find that many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs. All of which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all of creation is not without its artisans. Alright, what do we have here? This is all still under-leveled compared to what I've got, so we'll go with the Bracelet of Slaying. There is oh so much more I could speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen, the ephemeral delights of the pleasure district, but you are doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. Let us retire to the company offices. And I guess we'll have to pick up the rest of these shards after. At long last, we arrive at our destination. May I present to you our humble offices? We have much to discuss, so I will refrain from further prattle. Come, come, right this way.
Our thaumaturgers took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality. You may avail yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
Your offer is most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed. Never having been one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity. By sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doma Liberation Front.
How could... I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Auri Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you will be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugane.
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
Forgive me. This calls for a map. We are here in Kugane, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yansha. Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea. Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy. Said maritime collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors, and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy. The recently appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire. Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll-takers and forbade the payment of the Ruby Tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
No wonder they struggled to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
What about a path around the east, heading north and then west past the Ruby Sea?
I'm told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
Alright, Adam, to answer your question, I actually am wearing armor here. It's just glamored away. Though I am reluctant to take any action whatsoever that could be construed as placing ourselves in Lord Lolorito's debt, we must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Alamegan allies place their faith in us, and I do not intend to disappoint them. Why does one necessarily need a reason for that? It would seem inefficient for us to all venture out together in search of information on Yugiri and Gosetsu's whereabouts. Agreed? Agreed. We need to cast our net wider, split up and pursue all available avenues of inquiry. But if we were to coordinate our efforts effectively, we'll need to establish a working base of operations here. Indeed, Tataru would seem best suited to the task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. While she attends to that, we four can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. Alice and I will take those in the southern districts of the city, and the two of you can take those in the north. In anticipation of just such an eventuality, I took the liberty of preparing some few sketches of Yugiri and Gosetsu during our voyage. Wow, Yastrola warned me that you were a bit of an artist, but these are great. They'll definitely come in handy. Looks like it's you and me, Prince. Let's step outside and talk about where to start. I would say the other reason for taking off the armor is just simply because, well, how often do you see a purple-skinned aura? Alright, Lise? Wow, Alpha No's sketches are so... I don't know how to put it, but they're very... well, see for yourself. You may view Alpha No's sketch at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the Key Items menu. So, the same one that we were just shown here? Yep, the very same. It looks more like them than they do. Honestly, he could make a living doing this. Ah, sorry. No time for distractions. Why don't we start by visiting Karaku at the Onsen? That was it. Well, before we do that, I would say let's go around town and let's actually pick up the rest of the Aethernet shards. So we got one right here. And then it looks like we got... Oh, we've got the hunts over here. I can't wait to get over there. Alright, let us make our way over to the Kugane Aetheryte Plaza. Alright, Surubame. Ah, Master Ijin. A moment if you would. There is a favor I would ask of you. You see, word has it that Lord Bugyo of Kugane has established a new residential district especially for foreigners. Having long dreamed of a home to call my own, I couldn't help but find myself wanting to know more. I would like very much to see the district for myself, but as I am not a foreigner, I fear I would be turned back before all and sundry. The embarrassment would be too much to bear. And so I turn to you, Master Injin. I would be most obliged were you to go to the residential district, Shirogane, and make inquiries in my stead. I'm given to understand a representative of this Bugyo is presently at the docks. If you speak with him, he should be able to tell you more. Oh, and I cannot wait to hear what manner of place it is. Okay, so we're talking about the docks up there. For the moment, let's make our way to the north, or to the east, rather. And let's collect the rest of the Aethernet shards. So here's one here. You there! Aye, you! You look to be a strong one. I'm Estrid of Clan Centurio. Tell me, have you any interest in joining the hunt? Just a moment. You are a newly made member of Clan Centurio, are you not? Prince, was it? Aye, I knew it. I've heard your name from good Ardalite. To hear him tell it, you're quite the hunter. But if there is truth to that, then tell me, why are you yet but a fledgling huntsman? Mayhap you've made an ill name for yourself? No reverence for authority? Trouble getting on with others? No matter. The hunt will solve all your worries and woes. Kill your quarry and redeem your reputation. There's no need for fanciful or flowery explanations. Simply hunt, 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 and hunt some more. The more monsters that die by your hand, the more the clan will hold you in high esteem. Heed the call and prove yourself. Ah, just talking of the hunt sets my blood to surging. No doubt you care to know more, for how could you not? Go and see Wilviva outside Shiokaze, hostelry. She will tell you all you need to know. Off with you then. Estrid sent you, didn't she? So, you are one of our clan named Prince? Well met, brother. I am Liva, and like Estrid, I am a veteran member of Clan Centurio. The clan hunt board here in Kugane is under my keeping. I confess I am shocked to hear an adventurer who has made such a name for himself as you has yet to rise in our ranks. What evils have you done to stay your climb? Oh, I'm in the wrong, am I? Well, this much I know to be right. For a savage such as yourself to languish in our lowest ranks is a waste not often seen in Clan Centurio. And so by the power vested in me by Clan Centurio, I grant you the right to undertake one-star veteran clan mark bills. See them done in number, and one day you too will find yourself among the Centurio elite. Heed this advice. Do not mock the single star. The strength and ferocity of your prey will be far greater than others you've known before. Hunt bold, but hunt wary. Alright, so veteran clan hunts now accessible. You are now able to undertake 1-star veteran clan marked builds from the clan hunt boards in Kugane and Ralger's Reach. Defeat the monsters described on the bills, and you will be rewarded with Centurial Seals, which can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange Centurial Seals for exclusive items, speak with either Estrelid or Satsuya in Shiokaze Hostelry, or with Beelbolt or Luikin in Ralger's Reach. New quests and 2-star veteran clan mark bills will become available from Estrelid at Shirokaze Hostelry upon reaching level 63. Hey, we're already there! So let's grab the level 1 bills. Gods be good, it is not every day I see one as strong as you pass by. I'm Estrelid of Clan Centurio, and I invite you to take part in our hunt. Ah, but I know your face. Aye, you are the Firebrand, the one whose ways have kept him from rising through our ranks. Prince, was it not? It has been some while since we last met. We met 30 seconds ago or so. Your eyes have changed, and that for the better. I'd venture you've had your share of grazes with death since then. I'm starting to regret doing all those roulettes this day. Aye, the 1-star bills are no longer fit for you. Go and speak with Wilviva. See if the clan will not issue you bills more suited to one of your abilities. For as the hunter grows, so too must the hunt. Go well, friend. Yeah, the only thing that you can really do is just keep spamming it, and hope for the best. The other thing that you could potentially do here is either wait for when the server goes down for any particular reason, or try to do it late at night at like 3 or 4 a.m. When fewer people are going to be on. Those are really your only best chances. You must be Prince. Estrelid told me to expect you. She mentioned it was time you tried your hand at a 2nd star. It would seem she's taken quite a liking to you, and rightly so. Estrelid is always fond on strong men. I suppose there's no faulting her for that. So be it. I will see to it our 2 stars are at your disposal. But you would do well to know the difficulty will be far greater than 1-star hunts you've seen. Prepare yourself. Well, I'm not complaining about the experience I've gotten from this. You are now able to undertake 2-star veteran clan mark builds from the clan hunt boards in Kugane and Ralger's Reach. New quests and 3-star veteran clan mark builds will become available from Estrid at Shiokaze Hostelry upon reaching level 66. Okay, so we're a little bit away from that. And once again, keep in mind, we do have some Centurial Seals on us already here. If I had known, though, that they were going to keep the same seals, I probably would have kept working on them towards the end of Heavensward. Now, let's see what we got here. So we can get... Oh, we can get new materia from here. I'm actually trying to see where we can trade these in, though. Satsuya here is selling these veteran clan mark logs, which I would expect are basically what is going to be used to purchase new armor and weapons. There's nothing I can do to help you. It's you basically just have to get lucky to get through. Kyo, there is a trial available that will let you take a character up to level 35, I believe. 2 more Aethernet shards. And the last one should be up here. I do want to check out what the requirements of these leaves are here, though. But we'll do that once we get back from Shirogane. You have attuned yourself to all the Aethernet shards in Kugane. And once we get out of here, we'll probably have a better idea of what we need to do. That's going to continue the main scenario quest. Let's go to Shirogane first. And let's also see what I need to do to actually access this here. I hope I can find skilled adventurers here, and enough of them to meet demand. In order to undertake this quest, you must be a disciple of the Hand or the Land of level 60 or above. Okay, so nothing for battle leaves. I guess we'll get those when we're out in the field or something then. I am the Aura race. Alright. Anytime we find a porter, we just talk to them and then just move on. You are welcome, my foreign friend. How may this humble servant of the Lord Bugyo assist you? Ah, so you are interested in Shirogane. 'Twould be my pleasure to tell you about the district. Ever since Kugane opened its arms to the world, the number of visitors continues to grow, and among those who come, no few remain here for extended periods. Such lodgings are available in the city no longer suffice to meet demand. In order to address the accommodation shortage, the Lord Bugyo has established a residential district upon the nearby Isle of Shirogane. Plots of land on the Isle are being released exclusively to foreigners, who may build homes upon them as they see fit. A tidy solution, I'm sure you will agree. If you wish to learn more, I invite you to take this boat to Shirogane. There you may speak with the district official and inspect the isle at your leisure. Travel to any one of Shirogane's wards to advance the quest. Alright, let's do that. So, I guess let's go to really any of the wards here. Alright, let us speak to the district official here. Greetings and welcome to Shirogane, Kugane's residential district for foreigners. You are a visitor to our shores, if I am not mistaken, in which case, congratulations, you are eligible to purchase land here and build upon it. So long as you have the funds, it matters not whether you do so as an individual or a group. If you wish to know about the process, the resident caretaker yonder would be pleased to assist you. And if there are any among your acquaintances who might have an interest, we would be grateful if you could spread the word. Alright, so basically at this point we would want to return back to Kugane. I do want to take a quick look around though here, just to see. Okay, here we go. So we can basically see all the empty plots that are here. My understanding is at this point nobody can actually purchase land just yet here. Yeah, here we go. At present, Shirogane is open for display only. Land sales will commence at a later time. So that should be in about 2 weeks from today. But it seems like it's a fairly nice area that's going to be opening up here. And it should at least bring a little relief to people that have been trying to get housing for quite some time. Especially here on Balmung, where essentially we're the most populated servers, to the point whereby Square Enix is simply not allowing anybody to sign up on the server anymore. Let's see. What is Kobai Goten? Oh, this is an apartment building. Okay, that makes sense. And they've even got a market board here. I'm curious if anybody's found anything yet here. Doesn't look like anything is actually surpassing the gear I've got here. So that's actually really nice news. Okay. So we should be able to hang on to our current gear until, I would say, maybe around level 74 or 75. Okay, let's make our way back. You know what? While we're here, why don't we go ahead and participate in a hunt real quick, so I can kind of show you what that's like on this server. Let's see, we need to head to the south. Now this is taking us back to the A Realm Reborn area. Don't worry about that, we will head back to Offard in just a moment. Alright, here we are. So it looks like we've got 4 people here already. There might be more on the way. Here we go, here comes someone else. Typically teams will wait around 3 to 5 minutes for people to arrive, depending upon the distance away from the nearest Aetheryte, to then pull the target. We should be ready to go at any time here. Yeah, they're doing a final call for anybody else on the way. And here we go. Actually, it does. I took on that quest as the very first thing that happened in this video. You just have to go back about 4.5 hours when I started streaming. I don't know if YouTube will let you go that far back, though. I believe typically it has to process before it lets you go that far back. Okay, so as you can see from this, we got 40 Allied seals as well as 20 Centurial seals. And so that's why, basically, it's kind of important that I still keep my eye on what's going on in the chat here. And whenever we have a free moment, I'll kind of pop in and out for these hunts. Alright, let's make our way back to Kugane now. Alright, let's turn in this quest. Ah, there you are, Mr. Injin. So, what were you able to learn about Shirogane? Oh my, it sounds like a truly lovely place. Yes, I do believe I would enjoy it there. Your vivid description has quite convinced me of it. That locals are barred from purchasing land is no object. I need but find myself a foreign husband. If you know someone, will you introduce me? Yes? Alright, so that still gave us some experience there regardless. Alright, so the residential district Aethernet for Shirogane can be accessed through the Kugane Aetherite. Okay, so with that, let's now move back into the main scenario quest. Alright, Karaku, let's see what you have to say. Come one, come all. Burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes, there is not that the mystical waters of Bokai-sen hot springs cannot heal. Oh, what is that in your hand? You seek this Aura and this Rogadin, do you? 1,000 apologies, but I cannot help you. It is against our policy to divulge information regarding patrons, past or present. Please, we came all the way from Eorzea to find our friends. We have our reputation to consider, miss. Men and women from all walks of life come here in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. Are they just going to walk out right now? They seek privacy and discretion, and we have ever honored their wishes. Only the Seki Segumi may demand otherwise. I am sorry, but there is naught I can do. I suppose we'll just have to ask someone else then. What about that woman who runs the hostelry? Kotokaze, was it? Here we are. Welcome, traveler. Can I interest you in some rice wine? Exceptional quality delivered but the other day. Ah, an Alrai shinobi and a Rogadin samurai. If I may, I would answer your questions with some few of mine own. If I speak of that which you know, Injin, be not offended. You are familiar with the situation in the lands across the Ruby Sea, the doomed rebellion after 2.5 decades of quiet? I see. And you are familiar with the ways of Hingashi? How we elect to stand apart and support no cause but our own? Indifferent and callous, some may call us, but pragmatism is essential if humble island nations such as ours is to survive. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical, and so Kugane is open to Injin, and we are equally hospitable to all. Or, if I must speak more plainly, yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who ask after you. Are you willing to accept this fair and equitable treatment? If anyone comes looking for us, tell them whatever you like. As you wish. The 2 individuals of whom you speak did indeed come here. They sought passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at the moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. I will provide you with the names of the captains, if you like. You've been a great help, Mistress Kotokaze. I'll be sure to come back for that wine sometime. We would welcome you, custom, miss. We should question these captains as soon as we can. You take the first 3, I'll take the rest, and we'll meet here when we've finished. Alright? Good luck. Alright, so that is going to send us to the docks down there. We're actually fairly close here. I don't think we need to take the Aethernet. Oh, there's a bridge up there. That's why I got confused there. Oh, they have an airship landing here, apparently. There's the first captain we're looking for. Yes, a Rogadin gentleman did approach me. He wanted to charter a ship to take him across the Ruby Sea, the mad devil. I sent him away, like all the others before him. The woman? Nay, I know her not. Okay. Looks like there's another up there. Guess I'm not the only one that's jumping down there. Oh, here's another. You asked me if I've seen this Alrai woman and this Rogadin samurai? The woman is unknown to me, but the man is not. He was for Doma, but I could not help him. We travel solely between here and Razat Han. It would be an unreasonable detour. Alright, so we need to make our way all the way up, it looks like. And now we can just run across this platform here. It's a rainy day in Kugane. Passengers? No, we no longer offer that service. Too much trouble. Now we only transport goods. I told this to the samurai and sent him on his way. The women? Ha! If it is women you seek, the pleasure houses have plenty. Alright, so let us meet back up with the, with Lise. That hunt there is a bit far. Huh. Okay, I can jump through that. How did it... Oh, never mind. Judging from the look on your face, you didn't have much better luck than I did. And I guess we're able to keep that sketch. Well, I suppose we might as well head back to... Wait, I've just remembered. There was someone on my list I forgot to visit. Gyodo. He's a Namazu fisherman, whatever that means, and a regular here. Maybe we can find him if we look around? Looks like he might actually be upstairs. Here we go. Did Lise beat him down or something? Oh, actually no, he's... Another race. Entirely. What? Why do you stare? You have business with me? By the 12th, a talking fish! Yes, a talking fish. How observant of you, Injin. You find me in good spirits, so your rudeness I will ignore this once, but only if you address me again in a proper manner. Don't worry, I know all about the Sahagin. Sorry, I've never met a... Let's start again. You're Gyodo, right? My name is Lise, and this is Prince. We're looking for some friends of ours. I see. Both these ones I know well. I helped them secure passage across the Ruby Sea. Really? That's wonderful. Could you do the same for us? Yes, this would not be a problem. For you, I could charter a ship this very day. But the journey is fraught with much peril. The fare will not be cheap. Are you sure you can afford to pay? I didn't think to bring any money, but surely Tataru will let us take whatever we need from the Scion's coffers, right? How much is it? We wouldn't be the only passengers, though. Could we take a moment to talk it over with our friends? Yes, but hurry. Your ship must depart under cover of darkness. We shall meet again at sunset on the Selgar Bridge. I'm trying to figure out how to actually say that. Selgari Bridge? Do not forget your fare. Bring many gil, yes? It's about time our luck changed. Alphino and the others will be thrilled. Alright, so let us make our way over to where they are. At the offices. Let's see. I have no idea where it is. The Avenarian Consulate? Nope, I guessed wrong. I'm sure that's something that'll come in time. Greetings, honored sir. Will you be entering the Ruby Bazaar offices? Indeed, we will. Alright, let's speak to Alphino. We spoke with a number of merchants and captains at the southern piers. Several recognized Gosetsu and confirmed that he had been searching for a vessel to deliver him to Othard. None, however, made any mention of Lady Yagiri. Yes, it was the same story for us, and then you'll never believe what happened. So this Gyodo claims to have aided both Gosetsu and Yagiri. How fortuitous. Not the word I would have chosen, Master Alphino. Stupid's what I'll call it. How can you agree to his price without making any attempt to haggle, or even confirming what it was in the first place? Yes, that too was a misstep on their part, but it is not what troubles me most. Gyodo and his brethren are not renowned for their generosity of spirit. Rather they are disdained as scheming moneylenders, ever eager to turn a profit from others' misfortune. Everyone else we questioned stated that Gosetsu was alone. Only Gyodo claims to have met both him and Yagiri. I suppose it's just possible that Gosetsu made inquiries by himself, and only called upon Yagiri once he had found a willing captain? It is equally possible, if not more likely, that you are being deceived. Do not forget that there are parties present in Kugane with agendas which may run contrary to your own. The Viceroy was once a spy herself, as I recall. I should be surprised if she did not have countless agents here in her employ, all eager to prove themselves to their new master. And what better way to do so than by delivering her the heads of foreign insurgents? Fine, you may be right about him. But if Gyodo's working for the Empire, who's to say he didn't try the same trick on Yagiri and Gosetsu? I mean, if he did, he might know where they are, and if he succeeded, they might be in trouble. Anyway, if he holds up his end of the bargain, we'll have nothing to worry about, will we? But if he tries to betray us, I vote we take him prisoner and punch him till he tells us the truth. So if it's a trap, we'll spring it and deal with the consequences. I like the way you think. Very well. We should prepare for the worst. Totaro will remain here, and I shall follow the three of you at a discreet distance. Once more, I must caution you to avoid physical altercations at all costs. Even should Imperial agents attempt to engage you, the Seki Segumi will not hesitate to clap you in irons, or cut you down. If anything untoward should happen, you are to return here at once. Is that clear? Alright, let's speak with Alize. To review, Lys, Prince, and I will meet with Gyodo as planned. Alphino will keep watch from a distance, ready to provide support in the likely event that Gyodo attempts to betray us to the Imperials or whomever else. Should that happen, you and Lys will subdue him, and together we will make our escape. As our actions will surely draw the attention of the Seki Segumi, we will evade them with Alphino's assistance and return here with our prisoner. Does that meet with everyone's approval? Of course, these precautions will be for naught if Gyodo does not play us for fools, but we shall see. To the bridge! Alright, let's see here. So, we're not too far from there. Oh, actually, we need to be on the bridge up there. Alright, I see the glow of a duty here. Let us have ourselves a quick bite. And let's get this going. Our would-be ally is nowhere to be seen. Make ready, Prince. Something smells fishy. Duty calls. Let's see if we can get through this.
He's late.
Endless and most sincere apologies to you and yours, yes, yes. This way, quickly now.
And I thought my accent was bad.
Enough! Where are you taking us? Where is the ship?
The ship. So very sorry to inform you, yes, yes. Long before was it pledged to another. To me. These ones are for Doma.
I knew it couldn't be this simple.
Nothing personal, yes, yes. Just business.
Then business is about to take a turn for the worse.
Ah!
Come on, let's find a way out of here.
Alright, here we go. I'm hoping this loads. It's certainly taking its time here. Yeah, I might be getting stuck here. Oh, there we go. Connection to the server was lost. Alright, let's see if we can get back in. Okay, so it still thinks I'm in the thing there. $3,400. Alright, I'll be honest, by the time we get logged in, that's probably going to be the point where I would actually have to stop for tonight, since this would probably take about 30 minutes for us to finally get in. So, here's my plan at this point. I'm going to end this stream at this point here, and we're going to pick this up tomorrow. My plan is, in the meantime, I am going to do what I can to continue to level up through both the new dungeon that we unlocked for level 61, the Ghost Shipyard, as well as completing some more of the challenge log. And by tomorrow, hopefully I will be around level 64 or 65, and hopefully some of these issues have been resolved. I may also, if I'm still up late for whatever reason, I may try to complete the quest at that point as well, and do a video of that and then cut in once that plays tomorrow. It's really going to depend upon if I'm still up at that point, but probably won't be. But anyway, thank you for joining me today. This is PrinceBrightstar signing off. I'll catch you tomorrow where we'll pick this up.